Hi, everybody. Excuse me. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today we have the NCN Collective. It's a group of glass sculptors who've gotten together to produce a body of work. It would be Preston Singletary, Raven Skyriver, Kelly Odell, Joe David, Charlie Parriott, and Martin Janecký. You can see some of the work that they've produced here on the tables. A number of the members of this collective have Native American origins, so a lot of this is influenced by traditional Native American art. So just to get you started, I'm going to give you just a very quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. Can we put up the furnace diagram? So if you look up on the big screen, that's what the furnaces look like. The screen, not the roof. So that's what the furnaces look like inside. So in each furnace, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes. Those are called blow pipes. And we dip them into the molten glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip them in, twirl them around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow. So when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time or a third time. And we just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass in various forms. We buy it in bars, we buy it in little chips, we buy it in powders. And when we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with red glass or blue glass or green glass, whatever color we want the object to be. All the colors you're going to see while we're working are distorted by the heat. So the glass that Mr. Janecký in the center is shaping now is just clear glass. The yellow-orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. If you think about your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange for a little while. Turn them off, they cool down, the orange glow disappears. That's the same thing you're seeing here with the glass. Once we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. It can help to think about it like wax. When wax gets hot, it gets soft, but fairly quickly it stiffens again. Glass is the same way. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while the glass is hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round furnaces with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a big brick barrel with a gas burner in the side, and it's a hot chamber just for heating and softening the glass while we're working. All the glory holes are the same, all the furnaces are the same. Right now, the man in the center, tall guy, that's Martin Janecký, a glass sculptor from the Czech Republic. And he's going to be making the parts for this sculpture. Could we put up the chalk drawing? Maybe not. So right now, Raven has taken the pipe over to the pipe cooler. When the steel pipes get hot, we take them over to that trough, and we just lay the steel pipe in the trough and spray water on it. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. So if you look up on the big screen, this was the piece that we made in the morning. And we're going to make a sort of similar piece with the round disc-shaped flat section and the bird. We're not going to have that tall cylindrical stand. All these pieces are going to be carved. So we're going to make the forms today in the hot shop, and one of the artists, Preston Singletary, is going to carve through the outer layer of color in these traditional Tlingit form line designs. So you can see that here and on this side. Oh yeah, you can see one there. So they'll be, the forms as we make them today will be plain, but after they're cool, Mr. Singletary will make the form line designs on the side and sandblast them into the surface. Can we put up some of Preston's work? Maybe not not the video, but just the stills. So if you see how all these pieces are decorated with the form line design, which is the traditional designs from the Tlingit tribe here in the Northwest. Mr. Singletary is a member of the Tlingit tribe. There he is, you can see him. So there he is drawing the designs on the surface. And then we make a stencil out of this rubber mask. Whatever parts are exposed, the sandblaster will carve through the outer layer of color and expose the color underneath. Wherever it's protected by the rubber mask, we'll still have the shiny surface. So now they're sifting powdered colored glass onto the surface. They're doing that around the corner in that black booth. When we deal with the powdered glass, we do it in a ventilated booth so we don't have to breathe the glass dust. So ordinary flour sifter. And then we take it to the glory hole, and we'll melt that on. And usually when we want to make a nice, smooth, opaque surface, we have to sift it on a couple of times to get a good solid surface. Does anybody have any questions so far? Yeah. Okay. Well, we don't put them in the when we're cooling the glass down, we cool it down in one of these big black ovens, the annealing ovens. We don't put the glass into the annealing oven until it's hard, so it's not soft when we put it away. So we could put it just on the brick floor. Sometimes they'll put a piece of ceramic fiber wool down. Ceramic fiber wool is the modern replacement for asbestos, and it's a soft, fluffy material, and that'll keep it from getting scratched. Probably. I didn't see what he laid it on, but probably. Yes, but when it goes into the annealing oven, it's already hard. If you're here with kids today, we have a special contest for kids. Any kid 12 or younger, not older, younger, can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of those drawings and make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter. There's a table in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. And there's a little exhibit out in the lobby as well of some of the things we made with the kids before. If we pick your drawing, we'll call you up. You can bring the whole family down, and we'll make it right in front of you. So anybody 12 or younger, I highly encourage you to do a drawing. If you don't feel like drawing right away, you can grab one of the entry forms, one for each kid, and you can do your drawings at home and mail them in or drop them off. Can we put up some of the kids' design stills? So you look up on the big screen. These are some of the things that we made from the kids' drawings. Glass blowing is a team sport. We rarely work alone. And so we not only have artists from the NCN Collective, but we also have some of our resident team of glass blowers working with the artists to assist them. We have Sarah Gilbert, straight ahead, with the black shirt and shorts, Ben Cobb to the left, with the rainbow-colored museum on his shirt, and Gabe Feenan, who'll be out here probably a little later, will be helping out. Those folks are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They work for the museum full-time, and they each have a minimum of 25 years experience blowing glass. This bubble So the bird that's going to go on top of this disc was sculpted on another day of the residency, and it's sitting in a kiln warming up. And when we finish the disc, we'll pull the bird out and stick it on top. Disc, D-I-S-K. It's going to be a disc, yep. Everything looks the same when we're starting it out, whether we're making a disc or a bird or a sculpture of a monkey. So right now they're letting the glass cool and stiffen a bit before they add another layer of clear glass. So now Martin Janecký is going over to our furnace. He's going to coat that bubble with another layer of clear glass. Do you guys have any questions? All day, every day, the museum is open, except for lunch. We take an hour lunch. Tonight, the museum is going to be open late. We're going to have a special nighttime demonstration from 5:30 to 8. So we'll probably close the shop down at 5, and then we'll reopen it at 5:30. We'll set up for a nighttime demonstration. Natural gas. The furnaces and the glory holes are natural gas and forced air. The annealing ovens, where we cool them down, are electric. Well, the furnaces, the glass furnaces, are on 24/7. The glory holes, the round ones, those are only on during the working day, and we start those about an hour before we start, and shut them at 5 when we quit. No, if we allow the furnaces to cool completely, the glass will get hard, and it'll contract, and it'll tear up the inside of the furnace. So if we want to shut the furnace off, we have to scoop all the glass out before we do that.
And when glass hardens, it can be melted again, yeah?
Yes, yes, the glass.
No harm for glass of cooling down and heating again.
No, no, it doesn't matter.
You can still do
Yes.
it with any glass.
Yeah, think of it like wax. When you get wax hot, it gets soft. When it's cool, it gets hard. When you get hot, it gets soft again.
Temperature range,
Yeah,
Okay.
and you can do that forever. But we try not to do it forever.
Okay, thank you.
Now we're going to take the glass around the corner, and we're going to sift on another layer of black glass on the outside, and that's the layer we're going to carve through with the Native American designs. Yes, we get the glass in a form called batch, which is like a cake mix. It's all the raw ingredients. And if we want to turn it into glass, we have to cook it overnight. So we have two furnaces. So we'll work one till it's almost empty. Then we'll go to the other one, which is full. And then in the one that's almost empty, we'll cook glass for the next day. Yes. There is some studios use what's called cullet, which is little scraps of glass that they just remelt. There are previous sorts of cullet when the business closed, so we're back to using batch the raw ingredients. But the glass that we use is a little bit different than the glass that goes into a bottle. The glass that goes into a bottle is made to harden very quickly, so a machine can make 1,000 bottles in an hour. Our glass is formulated to harden slowly, so we can shape it by hand. So we recycle our clear waste. We don't have a good way of recycling our colored waste because the furnace where we melt all the glass is clear, and we can't throw little bits of red and blue and green in there. The gray pad in Mr. Janecký's hand that he's shaping the glass with is just folded up ordinary newspaper. It's folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks on the glass. Can we put up the newspaper photo? So if you look up on the big screen, on the bottom is a brand new newspaper, and on the top is one that's been used for a little while. guys have any questions? Good. Mesmerized is good.
Is it hard to get newspaper nowadays?
No, not yet.
Okay, good. I think last time I saw one, they're still
They
out.
still make them.
That's good.
They're limited. They could not make something like this.
Right.
But the bottles, some of the drinking glasses that are in your house,
Yeah.
those are made by machines.
So
They're-
Libby glasses.
What? Yeah.
Libby glasses
They're
have
made by
machines.
machines. They're either blown into a metal mold or they're pressed. They're stamped out. What? Similar. He's making similar. He's going to make a big disc with the bird on top, but no cylindrical stand.
And what do they do with all the things that
They put them into art museums and then sell them to millionaires. So you notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. He's the person that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Mr. Janecký, sitting at the workbench, shapes it. This arrangement where one person blows and the other one shapes it is very typical of the Venetian style of glass blowing. Starting in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came here to the Northwest and began teaching the young Americans. So since that time, we blow pretty much in the Venetian style. So now Mr. Janecký is squeezing the glass with a tool called the jacks. He's making a notch in that bubble. That notch is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe. The tool is called the jacks, and making that notch is called jacking it down. Over to the right, Corey, our intern, is heating up that ceramic plate. We're going to use that ceramic plate to flatten this bubble to make it into a disc. feels a lot heavier than it weighs on a scale. So we're flattening the bubble on that ceramic plate. Mr. Janecký is shaping it with a pad of cork. Those two pads in his hand are cork. They're black because the cork is scorched, but it's just cork, cork like in a regular wine bottle, just two thick pads of cork. The reason that we use cork is it allows us to press on the glass without leaving any marks. Of two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round oven, the glory hole. Sometimes we heat it up with torches. When we heat it up with the torches, we can focus the heat in a particular place. When we put it in the glory hole, it heats it up more generally. When we need the heat in a specific place, we use the torches. The glass itself is a very poor conductor of heat, which is good for us because it allows us to heat and soften one part of the glass without disturbing the rest of the shape. We get those glass in a form called batch. It's like a cake mix. It's got all the raw ingredients for the glass. Well, there's sand, soda ash, and lime. Those are the three main components.
So you can use it just from the beginning, from the ground, kind of.
Yeah, any sand anywhere will make glass. The whiter the sand is, the clearer the glass. Most common sand has a little bit of iron in it, and that would give the glass a slight green tint, like the old Coca-Cola bottles. Yes. Cork. C-O-R-K. The glass that's wrapped around the end of that metal pipe is fragile. You'll notice we have to keep that warm. If we allow the glass right around the end of the metal pipe to cool too much, it'll crack. So periodically you'll see one of the glass blowers take a torch and just warm up that section, even though we're not shaping it. We're just trying to prevent it from cracking. That's what Kelly in the gray shirt is doing now. She's just warming up that glass around the end of the pipe. What kind of training do they have? Guys all have different stories. There's no formal process here in the United States. So Martin Janecký started in a glass factory when he was 13. Let's see. That was hands-on learning. Sarah, she learned at an art school in New York State. Who else we got? Our interns come to us from a program in the Tacoma Public Schools where they can learn to blow glass starting in middle school. It's called the Hilltop Artist Program in regular public school, not fancy private school. So everybody on the floor here has a different story. Do you guys in this section have any questions? Yes?
What will the finished product be?
What will the finished product be? It's going to be a sculpture. Sculpture. It's going to be a sculpture. It's going to be a big disc with a bird on top, and then Preston Singletary, an artist who's not here yet, will carve the Native American designs into the surface.
What happens to the art after?
All sorts of things. What happens to the art after? That's totally up to our guest artists. They take it home, put it in a museum, art gallery, give it to their mom. Whatever they like to do with it. Excuse me? What about corning? I'm not sure what you're asking. Or are you asking me something? Oh, they're all different places. No, I said Sarah learned in a school in New York State. No. RIT. Yes. Kelly learned at the University of Hawaii in Manoa, I think it's called. Each of these artists in the collective, they each have their own personal art careers. Could we play Martin's video?
My name is Martin Janecký. I'm from Prague, Czech Republic, and I've lived and work in Fairbanks, Alaska as well. I've been blowing glass for about 17 years now, since '93, and it's all I know, and it's all I've been doing, and yeah, I never stopped. I love it every day. Wonderful. For about a year and a half, I've been making these figurative work, lots of like theatrical, and it's like a clowns, but it's not clowns, you know. It's a lot of circus theme work, focusing on expressions and the whole movement of the piece and stuff.
Yeah, I use the word Kafka-esque to describe your clowns. Would you think that's appropriate?
That's great.
Okay. You know, this sculpting is very technical, but then there's obviously this kind of undercurrent of emotion or confusion or angst or, you know, whatever it is. Each one's probably individual, but there's, you know, there's something under the surface rather than just the...
Yeah, it's not really happy stuff. I don't make the happy. I think there's enough happy stuff.
The bright bumblebees and all that stuff.
I'm like, you know, I'm one of the happiest glassblower on earth, so I have to like balance it out with this stuff.
Okay.
So Martin is actually one of the most humble, talented glassblowers that we've ever met. He started working on the factory floor when the age of 13, and he became a master at the factory at the age of 21. He doesn't talk about his work a lot, but among glassblowers he's considered to be one of the best, especially considering his age. We're very privileged to have him here at the Museum of Glass this week.
I brought some parts from Alaska, and we're going to be putting together some larger figures. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's just, it kind of just lands nice and
Would you want it sitting on a hand, or would you want like a strip of cracks here and a strip of cracks there?
I'm really thankful to be here and work with the team.
So Martin is closing down the hole at the top of that disc. We're going to bust that funky part off. We're going to leave a little hole there so that we can blow into it later on. Yes. He won't be here doing that. He'll be doing it at his own studio whenever he gets to it. I'm not sure. I think they'll be working on some sculptures by Charlie Parriott. Charlie was here a minute ago. But, yeah. Yes. Yes, it'll be credited to the collective. Yes. Possibly. Oh, no, no, no. That's Martin Blank. That's Martin Blank. This is Martin Janecký. Martin Blank is a local glass sculptor who lives and works in Seattle, and he's the guy that did the sculpture in the reflecting pond out in front of the museum. You guys have any questions?
Good, thank you.
No, no, they should be heating it. They probably will heat it. But so the bird that we're going to add to this sculpture was sculpted by Martin Janecký, earlier in the residency, and it's sitting inside this kiln, staying warm, and we're going to grab it up pretty soon and attach it to the disc. The museum usually closes at 5. We're going to have some glass blowing here tonight from 5:30 to 8. And we'll have some other members of the collective working. The collective is called NCN. NCN stands for Nuu-chah-nulth, which is the tribe of Joe David, one of the collaborators. It's a tribe which is located on Vancouver Island. good. Nice to see you. So Raven, over on the far right, the man with the long ponytail, has pulled the bird out of our kiln. He's going to warm it up, and we'll get ready to attach the two elements.
When this bird was made?
A couple of days ago.
It was warm, and then just clean it.
Well, we made it, we cooled it down overnight, and then in preparation for this today, we put in that kiln and slowly warmed it up again. Maybe a little later on in the afternoon, he'll be sculpting some stuff. But Martin is incredible. He made all these masks, and no molds, everything done by hand and eye. He's an incredible glass sculptor. So Martin is making the points on the beaks sharper. It's hard to make a very sharp, pointy form on out of glass. So he's heating up the tips of those beaks and stretching them out. That makes the thing thinner. Then cut that off, stretch it out again. It makes it even thinner. And we don't want to get it too hot again once we made them pointy. Otherwise, they'll ball up again. So we're leaving the pointy part till the very end. If you see over on the right, a woman with a green jacket and big puffy gloves, that's Sarah Gilbert, one of our resident team of glassblowers. She's going to carry the finished sculpture to our annealing oven, where it will be cooled very slowly overnight. What? No. The gloves that Sarah is wearing are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. It's what firemen wear when they go into a burning building. It's also used to make bulletproof vests. When Sarah grabs that sculpture, it'll be approximately 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, and we'll take it to our annealing oven, where it will be cooled over a 24-hour period. Janecký, J-A-N-E-C-K-Y. It's a Czech name.
Janecký.
Yeah, Janecký.
Thank you.
They say the J in the water.
Right.
It's done, and they're getting ready to take it off the metal pipe. They're crimping the connection between the sculpture and the metal rod so you get a clean break. They're going to drip some water where they want the glass to crack.
And then it goes in the annealing oven.
Yep. I don't know which one they're going to put in. We'll find out. See. Oh, we're going to put it in the back. You have more ovens in the back of the car. Nice. You weren't here yesterday. It's really hot. Next up, we're going to have Charlie Parriott, a member of the NCN Collective, a very talented glass artist. And we're going to assemble one of his sculptures. The parts are sitting in this oven over here, staying warm. We're going to pick them up and assemble the sculpture. Can we play the Charlie video? Not yet.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. My name is Charlie Parriott, and I'm part of this fantastic collective. I'm working with a team today, plus my daughter who's here from Brazil. And several years ago, we started a series called Warhorse, and today we've got two parts in this oven over here. And Ben is preparing a bubble that's going to be basically dropped into another glass sculpture that's already existing, that's been preheated to about 1,000 degrees, and the bubble will go into the neck of a horse. And secondly, we'll pick up the muzzle, so to speak, the skull of the horse, and then we will fuse them together manually. So we haven't done this before. My old boss used to scold me for experimenting in public, but that's the way it goes. So I was chided for doing that, and so he says, well, what if it breaks? And we just say, well, we just make another one, won't we? So that's what we're doing. We're doing an experiment for your benefit, of course. And it's really great to be back here. We have an event here tonight called the Night Blow that apparently is sold out. So, keep looking at the website here. There'll be another one coming down the pike soon. And thanks for coming.
Thank you, Charlie. Can we play the Charlie video? We have a little video of... Nope, scratch that. Charlie Parriott is originally from Massachusetts. He's been working here in the Northwest for over 50 years. He worked for many years as a color assistant for Dale Chihuly. He studied glassmaking in the Czech Republic with Stanislaw Linsky and Jaroslava Brichtova, the two godfather and godmother of Czech glass. Nobody I know knows more about glass than Charlie. So Ben, in the center, is preparing the bubble to go inside one of Charlie's sculptures. Charlie pre-made the parts for the sculptures. They're in this oven over here, warming up. And we're going to pick them up with that bubble. Has anybody got any questions? Yeah.
What is the Raven piece?
What about it?
What? Who made it?
Oh, well, I mean, Martin made it, and then Raven and Kelly made all the little seep additions.
Amazing piece.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, we smashed that Martin made it. Martin made it.
Yeah. Oh,
Just
the skill of all these guys.
great.
Amazing. Can you pick the Raven? That piece, can you pick that up?
They made the Raven head separately and the body separately,
Oh,
and then joined them together. We're waiting a little bit for the oven containing the sculpture parts to reach the proper temperature. Over on the right of center, that's Ben Cobb. And he just dipped his bubble into the tank of molten glass. And he's got another fresh coat of hot molten glass. He'll shape that glass using a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Ben is taking his pipe over to the pipe cooler. When we reach into the furnace to get the glass out, it makes these steel pipes hot. So we take them over to that trough. It's called the pipe cooler. We lay the pipe in the metal trough and spray water on it to cool it down and make it easier to hold. Ben is shaping the glass using a pad of wet newspaper, just everyday ordinary newspaper, folded up and soaked in water. It's one of our most important tools. It was introduced by Swedish glassblowers in the 1950s. The sculpture is going to be in two parts. Ben in the center, Ben Cobb, he's going to pick up one of the parts with his bubble, and Martin Janecký, the tall guy in the black shirt, he's going to pick up the other parts, and we're going to join them together. The museum will be closing at 5, and we're going to have an evening event, which requires another ticket, and there'll be a glass blowing demonstration here from 5:30 to 8. I believe we're pretty close to being sold out. They're trying to arrange some standing room tickets for the evening demonstration as we speak. Does anybody have any questions? So now Martin's going over to the kiln, and he's going to pick up one of the sculpture parts. You have to be in a little bit of a hurry because they're not, in that kiln, they're not as hot as the kilns here. So we want to make sure we get it into the glory holes, the round ovens, quickly. Now Ben's going over to pick up the second piece of the sculpture. It's hollow inside. He's going to drop the bubble into the piece and blow. When he feels the glass is stiff enough, we'll pull it out. So both these forms were made by blowing into a plaster mold. Oh, he blew two sections of the sculptures, and we warmed them up, and we picked them up, and now we're going to join the two parts together. Yes. It's vaguely going to be kind of like a horse, horse's head. Oh, we've never done it before, so I don't know.
This is the first time they're doing it?
What?
This is the first time they're doing it?
Yes. This particular process, yes.
This particular one, he said this is the first time they're doing it.
They have classes that people who have never done this before.
We have kind of try-it sessions where we walk you through making a simple object. We don't have an ongoing class. There's two glass studios down the street here that give actual classes. Oh, you can make, you can make a project when you start. It'd just be very crude. Hopefully, the longer you do it, the better you get at it. It's kind of like music or something, when you learn, you can, you know, knock out a little tune, but later on you can make a full musical. Yeah. Both of the glass blowers, Martin over there, Martin Janecký, and Ben Cobb, each of them have been blowing glass for over 30 years. They get joined at 90 degrees?
Yeah, we're gonna more or less. I think they're gonna try to centralize it, and depending on the natural angle. But I mean, it could be like that, but we'll probably do it more straight on the first one. I'm really happy with how the texture is.
Getting ready to join the two sculptures together. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. So Charlie Parriott, the artist whose sculptures we're assembling today. He's the man in the white hat. And he made these molds and the sculptures with his daughter, Helena Parriott. Helen is the woman standing next to Charlie in the light blue jeans. There's a little bit of clear glass on the tip of the horse's nose that we use to pick it up. Now we're going to heat up that extra glass and remove it. Charlie and his daughter Helena made these molds in 2019, and we're finishing the project today. So it's been a while. So Martin is getting rid of that clear. That was just what we used to pick the piece out of the kiln. We no longer need it. It's not part of the sculpture. So we're going to cut that off.
How are you? Okay. Kind of tired. Yeah, I get it.
You doing a demo outside or something?
I'm gonna mix some bottles in the Grand Hall at 5:30 to 6:30. Yeah.
The answer is yes.
There you go. You can have it if you like it. I'll make a top for it and it'll be complete. Consider it a gift.
As we work on the sculpture, the glass that's wrapped around the end of that metal pipe is fragile. If we let it get too cold, that glass will crack. And when I say too cold, I mean below 900 degrees. So as Mr. Janecký cleans up the nose of the horse sculpture, every once in a while you'll see one of the other glass blowers take a torch and just warm up the connection between the sculpture and the metal rod. Helena Parriott has a little brick in her hand, and she's going to texture the surface that we just cleaned off with the clear glass. So we make it hot, and then she's pressing that half brick into the surface to give it a texture similar to the rest of the sculpture.
Man, I'm trying to mix it up. alternative zone for 2 weeks, which I'm cool with.
Got a bunch of jazz yesterday.
We did. I mean, Preston's not here, so all the blues and jazz kind of comes in with him, you know.
I thought it was Martin.
No, Mark likes this like alternative, like Modest Mouse, Nirvana type stuff.
Really? Yeah, well, that's what you grew up with.
Yeah, exactly. I don't mind that.
No, it's good. Although it's hard to get into jazz when it's so noisy.
Yeah, it is, because you can't really hear it very well.
No, I end up just hearing little bits and pieces between the chords.
Exactly.
Simpler, more rhythmic stuff is better for the simple.
It really is. That's why we end up in like a couple of, familiar zones.
So Martin is heating up the boundary between the two sections of the sculpture, and Helena Parriott, is texturing that joint so it's more compatible with the overall texture of the sculpture. This horse is going to get some ears. Kelly Odell is warming up the pre-made ears in that kiln. We're going to bring him out and attach him to the horse's head. Over on the left, Kelly Odell in the gray shirt is warming up one of the ears for the horse. We hand it over to Martin. And Martin is attached. Kelly. Over on the left is the second ear. Martin in the center is warming up the spot where we're going to attach the ear. When we want to bond glass to glass, we have to get the two parts hot, and when we press them together, they stick to each other and fuse. We're attaching the second ear. We're heating up the muzzle of the horse, and Mr. Janecký is sculpting the nostrils. This is a joint project between Charlie Parriott in the white hat and his daughter, Helena Parriott, the woman in the light jeans at the center of the workshop. The glass on the surface of this sculpture is what we call a reducing glass. If we expose it to a gassy flame, it brings out a metallic sheen on the surface. We're almost done. The reason I know that is I see Sarah in the green jacket. She's put on some protective clothing to carry the finished sculpture to our annealing oven. Everything we make like this has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. When Sarah grabs that sculpture, it'll be approximately 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard. And we'll put it in our annealing oven to cool slowly over a day or so. We'll drip some water where we want the glass to break away from the metal rod. The water will crack the glass. Little tap, off it comes. We'll melt the edges so it's not sharp. And into our annealing oven in the back of the shop. Charles Parriott and Helena Parriott. Hi.
So I just run down random, pop in, and I found this here going on. So
I'm glad you're here.
you know what I'm saying? And sometime I want to link up with you. You got a picture of me in the like for the 50th anniversary. Do you ever go way back there or what? With Dale and myself.
Where?
My name is Skyriver, and I'm from Lopez Island, Washington. It's a small island in the San Juan Islands. I was born in a house with no running water or electricity, and my mom pretty much didn't allow TV in the house, so it was a lot of just playing out in the woods and being on the water as a young kid. As a young boy and all throughout my life, I've made trips up to the outside of Vancouver Island. So this is a direct inspiration of my upbringing, the salmon, and also an icon of the Pacific Northwest and a staple of the native people of this area. My other work as well is, you know, from the north, Alaska down to here, whales and fish and stuff. As far as the dynamicism of the work, I think that's probably one of the hardest things is proportion and getting everything to look like in the right place. That's one hard aspect, but the other, and I think one of the more difficult things about making something is giving it a dynamic flow and making it look alive and giving it motion when it's a static object. So that's something I'm still striving towards, and I feel like this is a more recent piece. I feel like I'm getting better at that, but it's always something I'm trying to put into the work, is breathing a little life into it and making it look as though it has motion. I like to work from a reference pretty much always. A lot of these books are really great examples of not only the coloration and the form, but also the movement of the creatures that are being depicted in glass. So it helps me not only catch the form and color, but also the mannerisms and how the creatures move in their environments. Don't make the pattern too organized or anything. The coloring of the bubble is a big part of what goes into it. So it's been a long time as far as the process of figuring out which colors go where and what works well together. Some things I try to be a little more whimsical with and do a looser interpretation. So I've definitely spent a lot of time developing which colors work well together. I have a lot of ideas. That's definitely something I don't have any shortage of. I guess I want to keep exploring similar forms, but there's other things that I haven't tried yet that I definitely want to delve into as well. I would love to express my gratitude to the museum and also to this amazing crew that museum offers and that I've been able to assemble as well. Couldn't do any of this on my own.
My name is Martin Janecký. I'm from Prague, Czech Republic, and I've lived and worked in Fairbanks, Alaska as well. I've been blowing glass for about 17 years now, since '93, and it's all I know, and it's all I've been doing, and yeah, I never stopped. I love it every day. For about a year and a half, I've been making these figurative work, lots of theatrical, and it's like a clowns, but it's not clowns, you know. It's a lot of circus theme work, focusing on expressions and the whole movement of the piece and stuff.
Yeah, I use the word Kafka-esque to describe your clowns. Would you think that's appropriate?
That's great.
Okay. You know, this sculpting is very technical, but then there's obviously this kind of undercurrent of emotion or confusion or angst or, you know, whatever it is. Each one's probably individual, but there's, you know, there's something under the surface rather than just the...
Yeah, it's not really happy stuff. I don't make the happy. I think there's enough happy stuff.
The bright bumblebees and all that stuff.
I'm like, you know, I'm one of the happiest glassblower on earth, so I have to like balance it out with this stuff.
Okay.
So Martin is actually one of the most humble, talented glassblowers that we've ever met. He started working on the factory floor when the age of 13, and he became a master at the factory at the age of 21. He doesn't talk about his work a lot, but among glassblowers he's considered to be one of the best, especially considering his age. We're very privileged to have him here at the Museum of Glass this week.
I brought some parts from Alaska, and we're going to be putting together some larger figures. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's just, it kind of is well, that's nice and
Would you want it sitting on a hand, or would you want like a strip of cracks here and a strip of cracks there?
I'm really thankful to be here and work with the team.
I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pore surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides, so I need to figure out a way to display those.
first thing I developed was the hat form. That was one of the most obvious sort of glass-blown things, because we all make bowls that, you know, flare out like that. If you flip it upside down, it's a hat. So it became sort of a canvas for transferring the design onto the glass. And what I didn't even realize and discovered purely by accident was, you know, we placed this hat form under a light, you know, coming directly down. All of a sudden these shadows appeared, you know, underneath the bowl, and it's like a perfect registration of the design in a shadow form. And so I like to think of that as almost like a spirit within the piece. Yeah, I guess I got a lot of recognition for what I was doing as, you know, being a Native American artist. And at that time there just wasn't very many people doing it. And that maybe planted the seed in my head, you know, to sort of maybe connect it in the end with my cultural roots. It was a real evolution from, you know, my glass-blowing skills to the designing skills and trying to make it look like Northwest Coast art. I really had to reinvent myself in terms of understanding the design work. And the deeper I got into that, the more I realized I needed to learn. I started taking workshops with other people who were teaching the form line style. I had to really kind of understand the context of the designs and how they related to the mythologies. The salmon piece is going to be, you know, we'll sculpt this form, and then after the piece is cooled, then I'll add this kind of a design work, this kind of stylized Northwest Coast design. I have a natural connection to glass, you know, because I've been doing it for 35 years. And I really wanted to just see how far I could go with it. And so I continue to work primarily in glass because there's a lot of stuff to explore. My journey to, you know, connecting the culture to my understanding of it has been a real transformation for me, because in the end it's really about community and family. I think once you become a keeper of cultural knowledge, it becomes a responsibility. I like to try to represent my tribe and my community. That's why, you know, I don't dabble in other people's cultural style. When I do that, it's always collaboratively, so I'm trying to bring people over into the glass world by collaborating with them and showing an example of what can be done, because I have the skills to do it. It's exciting to see, because I think that in the end it sort of reflects a cultural perspective, and in my opinion, you know, what better place to operate from than this connection. You know, you have this history, and I feel like if I were successful with my work, I would just be you know, inspiring the next generation to do something in their own way. A few years ago I had my first solo show here at the Museum of Glass, but, you know, I'm currently working on an exhibition called Raven in the Box of Daylight. It's going to be opening up in 2017. As you walk through the exhibition, you'll get sort of a thread of the story about Raven, who brought the sun and the moon and the stars to the world and gave it to mankind as a gift. You know, to make a living as an artist is really pretty special. To sort of solidify in the consciousness of the collectors, you know, people that support the artwork, that glass is an accepted material. I mean, sometimes we have these kind of cultural corrals that we're kept in, you know, in terms of, well, this is traditional and this is contemporary, and I think that we're trying to break down those barriers a bit.
Preston Singletary,
Yahoo!
I've always thought of Walter as sort of the Van Gogh of the studio glass movement, this sort of unsung. He was always pushing the limits of what glass could do and the way it communicated with people.
He's so smart. He likes the science of it. He likes the history of it.
The things I take inspiration from Walt is just his excitement for the material.
He's so passionate about the material and so passionate about making sure people learn and grow in their knowledge of glass.
He is very well versed in the history of different aspects of glassmaking and can speak with authority.
Walt's the man. He's the one that has that perspective.
I think that Walt is so beloved.
Walter's contribution is massive. It's been a pleasure, and of course he's been working here for a very long time, many years, as our main MC in the hot shop. Walter Lieberman is a gifted artist and illustrator whose talents have taken on a new dimension during his time at the Museum of Glass. It was here that he began creating technical illustrations of glassblowing techniques drawn directly onto the hot shop floor. Well, drawing on the hot shop floor is a tradition within the glass movement, but Walter really takes it to the next level.
A picture says 1,000 words, so a chalk drawing helps convey for what the artist's vision is.
He's trying to look for tools to help explain what's being made to the audience. So he can sit there and explain with his hands all day about, okay, now you're going to take this bubble and stick it to this bubble, but the natural thing for Walt to do is to draw it out.
His drawings bring a visual to that. I think they deepen the level of education and learning that can happen in our hot shop.
They actually are better than photographs because you can see, the important parts.
He would, shade it to make sure that it really kind of came to life, and it was nearly, three-dimensional on the hot shop floor. And he was drawing on such a large scale too.
They're like scientific or botanical illustrations, and they're also extremely beautiful. So you're not looking at background, you're not looking at reflections. Well, you see some reflections, but they're drawn.
Walter Lieberman grew up on the outskirts of New York City, a place teeming with energy, culture, and constant stimulation. Even as a child, he turned to art as a form of escape and expression.
Walt was always directed towards art. He was always drawing. He had a crayon in his hand and later on a pencil or paintbrush. And so he's always been an artistic person, and he's always been sketching, and he's always been very visually oriented, I would say.
I started out copying comic books. Mad magazine was a big influence on my artistic career. When you're young, you want to do stuff just like the professionals do. So, my standard of excellence was how much it looked like the actual magazine. Both my mom and dad were hobby painters. My dad was a lawyer, my mother was a school teacher. I wanted to be a computer scientist, just like my brother. I had, drawn and painted and done all that art stuff as a kid, but I didn't really think of it as a career. As I got older, I decided if I'm ever going to do it, I've got to do it when I'm young. So now's the time. So I quit Carnegie Mellon and I went to live with my brother in Boston.
I said, well, why don't you come up and here in Boston, we have the Massachusetts College of Art.
Well, he was doing a series of pieces called the Erosion series of glass, where he was sandblasting into the glass, and he was doing something unlike anybody else that I knew of at the time.
He was blowing glass bowls and sandblast images into them, or sheets of glass that were salvaged off of old buildings in Seattle and sandblast images into them. He was not so much a painter as he was working with sandblast glass.
I was studying glass at Mass Art, and it was mostly glass blowing. And I was sort of gaining the basic skills, but I was kind of bored with the results. So I made a vase and I made a bowl, and I wasn't all that excited about it. So I started to work with a sandblaster and carve the glass, and I would carve it till it was almost cut in half, and there was just one little piece that held the two halves together, and to sort of create the tension, the glass being beautiful and fragile. I got a lot of good feedback on that. In fact, I got into this international show called Glass Now of 1979, and it went to the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, the Victoria and Albert in London, the Louvre in Paris. Oh, I was all over the place, just like everybody else who learns to blow glass. You know, you think you've invented stuff, and then you open up a book and you find out that somebody copied you 100 years before you were born. In college, my teacher, Dan Daly, he was a terrific role model. He wasn't a great teacher, but he was a terrific role model because he took his work so seriously. And I think that's what led me to believe that you could actually be a serious artist and do that for a living.
In his early years, Lieberman's artwork was deeply rooted in political and social themes. This commitment to authenticity and social engagement has remained a defining element of his work throughout his career.
He was always pushing the limits of what glass could do and the way it communicated with people.
He had social concerns. He's actually an extremely honorable person, unbelievably honorable to the point of maybe painfully honorable. And he would have stuff about the homeless, early before it was trendy to be worried about the homeless, with a bottle in a doorway and a man. And these are the sort of things that back when the day in the 80s when people were trying to do a beautiful goblet.
Went on civil rights marches, burned my draft card. That was where I started out, looking at political and social issues.
He was bringing really powerful content to his paintings.
There was a famous Japanese tour that came through here in the early years where they did installations and they were lowering some Japanese artists off of a building on thick ropes and lowering them down to the ground slowly, and the Japanese were curled up in like fetal position, and one of the ropes broke, and the Japanese man didn't say a word and plunged down to the ground and obviously died.
And that was the first time I had ever seen anybody die. And it shook me. And I didn't, so I didn't know how to deal with it, so I sort of decided maybe I would deal with it through my art. So I made this piece called He Fell Silently. As we watched, he fell silently. It was well received. I felt a little guilty, sort of, am I exploiting this tragedy or whatever? It helped me deal with the emotions of seeing this thing, this trauma. And so I sold the piece through my gallery, Traver, and we sent the money to the family of the dancer.
A pivotal moment in Lieberman's artistic evolution came when he met renowned glass painter Albinus Elskus. Elskus's influence helped shape Walter's emerging identity as a glass painter, marking a turning point that would deeply inform his work from that moment on.
Well, Pilchuck played a big role in all these artists that came to Seattle. It was a place to gather and share their ideas. They could spend time in the summer there and work together. And
I'd heard so much about Pilchuck, I thought everybody's going to be better than me, and they're going to sit around and watch me work and laugh. And you know, I was like so nervous. Once I got there, and you know, Pilchuck is a magic place. There was no time in my life when I had absolutely nothing to do except make art.
He had taken a class from a European glass painting specialist by the name of Albinus Elskus, who was known around the world for his painting techniques, and really opened up Walter to painting on glass.
I got selected for Albinus Elskus's teaching assistant. They pick the teaching assistants by your slides. They don't pay much attention to do you have the skills. And I walked on the Pilchuck campus, and somebody I knew came up to me and said, "Walt, have you seen Albinus?" I said, "No." He said, "Oh, he's really mad." Finally, I caught up with him, and he says to me, "I need a teaching assistant. I don't need another student." And I said to him, "Look, Albinus, we're stuck with each other for the next 3 weeks. I'll do everything I can to help you out, and this is it now. So we got to make the best of it." I said, "Yes, Mr. Elskus," and "No, Mr. Elskus. Of course, Mr. Elskus. Can I wash your brushes, Mr. Elskus?" And we started to get along, and we became good friends. And he got me really excited about painting on glass.
Walter Lieberman is an artist who thrives in collaboration. Working with trusted peers allowed him to explore new aesthetic directions and experiment with approaches that differed from his solo work.
Early arrivals on the glass scene here, Dick was the first person I met in Seattle. Charlie had come to go to Pilchuck, and Dick was a local doing stained glass. I was doing stained glass. I had been painting on stained glass in Olympia.
Just as I was about to poop out, I think, on doing stained glass, I ran into all these wackos, and we just nestled together.
And Walt started something called Painters Club. And we were all card-carrying members of it. In his garage studio, we would do these painting parties where we would invite friends who were painters to come work with enamels and decorate beer glasses. The three-way collaboration that Dick and Walter and I did was, we did an Exquisite Corpse. Exquisite Corpse is this artist game where, you take a piece of paper and fold it. And so you can't see, the person starts the drawing at the bottom or the top, and you fold it and you only see the lines where the drawing ends. His are the nicer ones. Yeah, okay. Here's a couple of Walt's. This one, there are several of Walt's here. He did the bottom two. Yeah, Walt did the top and the bottom of this one. Yeah. So you can see he's a really good drawer. Anyway, that's probably enough of that. Walt and Dick collaborated for a number of years.
When Dick and I first met, we really didn't get along. Sort of total opposite. It was kind of a situation where we didn't understand each other's sense of humor.
I was working on compositions, and Walt was helping all the students. I was one of the students. And I'd given up on this one portrait that I'd done. I said, "This is stupid. I give up after 2 firings." And
I said, "Well, I can finish it for you." He said, "Well, yeah?" I said, "Yeah, I can finish it for you, no problem."
He had touched up the eyes, maybe did something with the ear, and the composition was better. It was like, I was shocked. It was like, Walt. He was like, he spoke my language. I spoke a totally different language than he did, and he was fluent in my language, and he helped me with my language. It was like, wow, that's great, Walt. And I said, Walt, I love your work. And Walt said, well, I love your work. We just started working together.
He's not me. I'm much more restrained than Dick is. He's much more wild than I am. It's a completely different perspective on art and life, and so I learned from that. I enjoy it, And he's just a great guy. I mean, we've stayed friends now for 40 years or something like that.
Walter Lieberman's first-hand experience and deep ties to the studio glass movement have made him a valuable resource for the Museum of Glass. In many ways, Lieberman serves as an ambassador for the generation of glass artists who shaped the movement's early years, sharing their legacy with today's audiences and helping to preserve it for future ones. The Museum of Glass has been extraordinarily lucky to have Walt as a staff member for quite some years now.
Walt has a great reverence for glass, and not just contemporary glass, but really the history of glass. He scours museum collections that are online. Dude geeks out on it.
Really, he is our resident historian.
More recently, he's been working on looking at past residency images and helping us remember and capture all the people and the artists that were involved in each of the residencies. We call it Fridays with Walt. It's one of our favorite moments because we do get these this wonderful knowledge, but also these special stories. Walt's notes will live in our database in perpetuity.
I do reach out to Walt when I have questions in glass, and he's very knowledgeable in the history. Sometimes when I see him here, we'll talk about things, or sometimes I'll shoot him emails or even messages through Instagram.
His research will inform how things are archived, how things are sorted, and how the content becomes available eventually to the wider public. You can see in the body of work that he is constantly exploring, constantly asking questions, and I think Walter's legacy not only is that body of work and of course his drawings, but also that ongoing investigation, curiosity.
His legacy is his contribution to spreading the knowledge that people have.
His attitude about glass and his attitude about how one should approach the material in such a pure, honest way.
It's going to be younger people like myself that can take that information and pass it on to the next generation. So
I'm a nerd, a glass nerd, history nerd. I love to draw. I'm infatuated with glass. It's a obsession. I have an arthritic knee. I might have to be replaced.
Oh no, that sucks. Sorry to hear that.
That's not a good thing.
No, any surgery is not cool. My mom's in the hospital right now. Well, in and out.
I'm probably your mom's age. I'm older than your mom, maybe.
She was born in 1960.
Okay, I'm older than your mom.
Yeah, but she's got like kidney stones really bad.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I guess
That's
it's
painful.
really fucking painful, yeah.
That's terrible.
So she's been communicating to make sure to tell me she's all right. Well, her husband is, because she's pretty out of it. She's on a bunch of pain meds for it.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, they just give them out. Like, I mean,
No,
it just masks it, but it helps you get through, I guess.
There you go.
Do we have an MC folder with like
Yeah,
announcement
there's
stuff? Oh, okay, there it is. Thank you.
So you got everything? You know what the scoop is?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe a better pen. Oh, hey. Cool.
If you want, we have these
Oh, this,
microphone
okay. Are there
condoms.
extra ones that
Yeah.
don't have people's names on them?
Use mine.
Okay.
I don't use them.
Okay.
I only use them when other people, give somebody else the mic.
Yeah. Oh, that makes
But
sense.
yeah, you're welcome to use those.
Okay, great. Thanks. Oh, and a notepad. Perfect. I was using sticky notes. Awesome. Yeah, this is going to be fun.
Okay,
Thanks,
good.
Paul. Appreciate it. Man, I'll tell you what, like since you came in that last time, it just hasn't been the same here. Like, I was only here for one day. I know, but what it made me realize is like how much our MCs have been lacking since like you, G-Man, Laura, just different. Like just like I just feel like it could be so much more. I mean, I think anybody that does it for too long, like you lose some of that gusto, but like, I don't know how anybody yeah. No. The thing about like what we do here too is like, it's not always the most exciting to watch. There's like a couple moments that are. I mean, I'm gonna why they don't realize how important this job, the MC job is. Well, that and like the MC could also be part of the MC, the marketing team, like and the marketing. Yeah. Well, because communicating about what the things are, right? Nobody has talked to the visitor, interacted with the visitors as much as the MC does. Oh, hey. Ooh, yeah, here you go. Hey, drink this up here. That's mouthwash.
Hello, welcome in. Good evening. You guys are more than on time. Great to see all of you in here. Are you excited? Oh my God, yes. Which one? Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, up in their studio? Very cool. Awesome. Great to hear that. Just wait for you guys to get it comfortable. They have started working on some parts for the piece they're going to be putting together for you. So we'll just give everybody a second to get in here, and then I'll get into what's happening. By the way, my name's Heather Cornelius. I'm your MC this evening, so if you have any questions, please direct them towards me. Out. Oh, think you'd like that? It's my uniform for work. A lot of people say that. Yeah, I've been here for 20 years, so I've got to see this place grow and develop. And I think you're all the artists that are around. Really, so yeah, it's pretty. Like Parriott, I would say, is another great club in the United States from the East Coast. They tend to be more focused on science of glass versus the art side. We're more heavy on the art side. Talking a little bit more about what we got going on. So, again, my name's Heather. If you guys have any questions, just talk to me. Yeah. Yeah. All right, looks like we got some more guests filling in the space here, so I'll just get right into what we have going on this evening. Again, my name is Heather Cornelius. I'm your MC. You can talk to me about whatever you want having to do with glass tonight. At the bench currently we have Skyriver, Kelly Odell, and Martin Janecký. These are some amazing glass artists, both from the Pacific Northwest and abroad. I'm cutting out a little bit, but you guys will have a treat tonight. So what they've got going on first, they have some parts that have already been made. You can see this has been a very busy 2 weeks. So all the stuff that is out on the tables, they've been working on this 2-week residency with the NCN Collective. So have a look at those things. Tonight we're doing something just a little different. They've got horse sculpture. We're working with Charlie Parriott, who is in the light-colored cap way over there. There he is. And he's doing a collaboration with his daughter, Helena Parriott, and they live pretty far away. So they've started this project in like 2019, and now they're getting a chance to get back to it and kind of put those parts together. So it'll be like what I could describe as it's sort of mixed media to make the mold. So there's objects embedded in the surface, but it's in the shape of a horse that's then made out of glass. So a little bit of a process there to get to that point, but it's made in two separate parts. So they'll have the neck section, the head section that they'll put together, and then they're working on the ears right now at the center bench. Then a little later on, our team will be working on a large whale. They've made the body of the whale, and they have the fins over in the garage. This little oven over here is the garage. It's a place to park it to keep it hot so it doesn't crack from thermal shock. That's 1,000 degrees. That's cold for glass. So basically, it's not moving anymore at that temperature. So we start out at about 2100 Fahrenheit. You can see Ben has just some glass onto that pipe over there. It's glowing bright orange at that 2100 degree temperature. And as it cools, some of that light goes away and it begins to stiffen. So its consistency starts out at like warm honey. So you have to keep the pipe spinning or it just drips right off. All right, so let's keep that in mind. As you're watching as an audience member, pay attention to where you see them focusing the heat, and you'll see it start to glow orange. You'll see them using torches to do this, but also where they're going to be sculpting. So if you're trying to follow along with the sculpting aspect, pay attention to the heat color. My name's Heather Cornelius. I'm a local ceramic artist. Yeah, been here with the museum for almost 20 years. Yeah. You're welcome. Yeah, they are. Those are like little demos that they do for kids when they come in. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty. So yeah, they take a I don't know if they sell those. Let me ask Ben. All right, so Ben has done a couple of gathers on this blowpipe over here. The blowpipe is a hollow steel pipe they use to gather the glass from the furnace, which is just behind Sarah, and there's another one right over here on this side with the smaller doors. Inside of each of the glass furnaces, here, I'll just focus right over here. Look, let's look inside here. There is a large ceramic crucible that can hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's fueled by natural gas and forced air. Those furnaces are kept running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We only have to shut them down if something goes wrong or needs some sort of repair. So we've got a bubble on the end of the blowpipe right now. He did that by blowing through the pipe, plugging up the end. The air expanded from the heat of the glass, forcing that bubble inside. There's a number of different tools he'll use to center the glass and shape the bubble. You'll see him use a wooden ladle shape tool or often a pad of newspaper that's folded up and wet with water. All right, if you want to catch a gather, Martin's doing that right over there to the right side of the shop. All right, that's that fresh heat glow I was talking about, that bright orange. How long does it hold it? Different formulas of glass hold heat differently. Ours has a pretty good work time to it. And you can also use torches, and then you'll see at a pace that they'll return this to the reheating chamber, that round one just in front of the bench. That's purely there to keep the glass hot so you can keep working with it. And that's 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, in case you wanted to know that part. Oh, you guys got great questions. If we can get a shot of the pipe cooler, we've got some questions about these guys' hands and how they're not getting burned. Well, yeah, here we go. So there's a little foot pedal that you can push. Water comes up through here. You lay the pipe in it, and it cools it down. So yeah, it is initially hot when you gather because you're placing that pipe so far into the furnace in that direct heat. All right, have a look over here at the center bench. We have Ben Cobb, one of our main team members and hot shop manager. He's using a wooden ladle-shaped tool to center the glass that he picked up. You'll notice that that's soaked in water in the bucket behind the bench. Then we've got Sarah Gilbert, also full-time team member here at MOG, using a wooden paddle to help block some of the radiant heat from Ben's arm. All right, Ben just used the jacks, which are those kind of tweezer-looking tools to put an indentation just in front of the head of the pipe where the glass is attached to the pipe. That line is where it's going to get broken off of this later on in the process. So we established that earlier on when the glass is still nice and soft. Yeah, typically it's fruit wood because it's dense. It's more dense than like other kinds of wood. Yeah. The question was about the material of the block that he was using to shape the glass. And those are the ladle-shaped tools in the buckets behind the bench. Those are fruit wood. All right, we're gonna prep to go into the annealing oven. I had you imagine earlier, because you couldn't see it, that there's a horse inside there, but just the neck and the head. All right, so we're gonna bring one piece out at a time and then eventually put those parts together. We already made the ears for the horse, and they're in the garage, staying nice and safe and warm. Did you already talk to them about feeling hot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Charlie did.
Oh, good. Okay. Oh, you did. All right, so he's got this set up here. It's still glowing that gorgeous amber color, but we want the bubble to hold its shape so that he can go in for one final gather before picking up the parts out of the oven. The question was about the material that we melt inside the furnace. We have, like I said, a large crucible that can hold up to 1,000 pounds in each. It's made up of silica sand, soda ash, and lime as the basic, or calcium carbonate are the basic 3 ingredients in glass formulas. So you have the silica itself, a stabilizer, as well as fluxes to get it to melt at a reasonable temperature, which is still really, really hot. So that's basically it. There's different forms that you can get your glass in. There's batch, which comes in a pelletized form, so it looks like white pebbles. Or there's cullet that's already pre-melted, and it looks like ice cubes. And we literally load it in, melt it down, let that settle overnight, get rid of any air bubbles that might have been in the glass, and then you can go for it. Yeah, we purchased the cullet or batch.
That's 1,000 pounds of, that's a pallet of glass.
Yeah, yep, so we'll have multiple pallets on hand.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's good, great questions. I know. Thank you, Tim. All right, here we go. Ben Cobb gathering from the glass furnace. Again, that's molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And you'll see that it's at the consistency of very fluid, like warm honey. And now he's back over at the pipe cooler. Again, having that steel pipe exposed to the direct heat like that, it does get hot and you have to hold it further away from the glass, which also makes it feel a lot heavier the further you're holding away from the glass. Cool that off so he can handle it. Martin's over at the annealing oven. It's been heated up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. He created a punty in order to pick up the neck of the horse. And it's straight into the furnace. Let's give him a round of applause, everyone. We're always happy when it's success. In a factory, their ingredients are mined and then put together, kind of like the same. So I'm a ceramic artist, so I deal with that same thing. My clay's pre-made at the Clay Arts Center, and then I buy it there. Like I sometimes dig it up. Not gonna lie, because that's fun too. But yeah, so we get it already put together for us. So we're not mixing raw powders necessarily. We will use powdered color occasionally, depending on what we want things to look like. But that's about it in terms of the powder. Oh, it's poured. Yeah. And there's like a binding agent because it's powders. Yeah. All right, so getting it from the annealing oven, like you just saw him run over there, and we all clapped for his athleticism. It's important to not let that cool down too much. It's at a really risky point of the process, where if you don't get it straight into the annealer or to the reheating chamber, you risk the piece cracking. Okay, here we go. He's picking up that next part. You notice that he shaped the bubble very specifically, like almost like a Q-tip, making it elongated. So he wants to touch down on the inside with the very tip of the bubble first, and then blow into that to expand the bubble on the inside of this form. So there we go. All right, everyone, a round of applause for this. We're getting it there. We're getting it there. So that can be a little uncomfortable because he's got 1,000 degrees coming up in his face as he's trying to blow through the end of the pipe. So they expanded the bubble on the inside of that form. They pre-made that a different day, and now they've picked that up around a bubble. Oh, that's a great observation. It's a little loud right now, so I'm going to wait till he's done with that torch, and I'll answer that question. The question from the audience member here was, they noticed that the bubble went in there and it was shiny and glossy and glowing, and when it came out it was brown and textured. So the thing that they put the bubble inside was made from a mold that had a bunch of texture in the mold. They made that in 2019. So we're now picking that back up to work with it. So glass doesn't expire when you make something out of it. You can bring it back up to temperature and work at different stages. Yeah. That's a great question. I don't have one because we have never made one before. Do you want to see a picture of, I have some pictures of Raven's whale. Right, but they've never made it before, so we don't have any pictures of it. Oh, it's a horse head. So there also isn't that either. Yeah. The two parts are going to come together. So I know I'm asking you to use your imagination a lot today, but we can do this. It's going to be great. So right now, Martin is using an oxypropane torch. That can get up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Remember, I said as an audience member, watch where the heat is concentrated, and that's going to tell you a little bit about what they're going to do next. This torch allows them to concentrate heat in very specific area versus the regular fluffy torch or the propane one that gives a larger overall heat. All right, so things are happening fast. So think of this as like the part that's at the bench with the bubble inside is the neck of the horse. The second part is the head. We're putting this together. So think of an abstract horse, okay? It's not like true to texture or anything. All right, now they're gonna have to break that outer pipe off once the connection is stable, and here we go. Let's give them a round of applause, everyone. Oh, so the title of these pieces is War Horse. Charlie designed that along with his daughter, Helena. And again, they're bringing back that collaboration that started in 2019. All right, did you guys see all those little sparkly fireworks? He's using cork pads to press against the head and neck to create a firm fuse there, but he can also alter the shape. The cork gives a little bit of, like, rather than using something like wood, it's a little bit more cushiony, so you can sort of persuade the glass into the shape rather than use a rigid tool. All right, and he's going in with a tool that the best way I can explain, it's like a butter knife, but he's re-sculpting the seam where the two parts went together. Again, using the oxypropane torch that's 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's going to soften the glass very quickly and can go in and retexture the area where the parts were put together. So the title of it is War Horse. That's the title of the pieces, this series. Yes, something like that. Maybe not exactly, but kind of abstract. Yeah. All right, we've got a lot of torching going on, so I know it's loud in here. I'm going to play some images up on the screen. You can watch down here as well, but I just want you guys to see some finished work by some of our team members. All right, you're seeing, this is Raven Skyriver's work. He's the one standing right behind that red box. They'll be putting some one of the whales together after the horse is finished. You can also find some of Raven's pieces as well as Kelly Odell's in our museum store, so be sure and stop by there and get a closer look before you take off tonight. Okay, a couple of ways that we're focusing the heat. You'll notice Raven's there with the large flame torch. That's propane. Then the more concentrated one, that's red and green hose right here, is the oxypropane. You'll see Raven focusing the larger torch at the base where it's connected to the pipe. Think about it. It goes into the reheating chamber last and comes out first. And that's a crucial area we do not want to cool down. I won't say what happens. We'll just keep torching there, okay? Sound good? So that oxypropane, he's focusing on the very end of the nose of the horse because there's leftover clear glass there from where it was attached to the other pipe that they want to remove as much as they can of while it's still hot. Earlier this evening, they started, before you guys got here, they made some ears for the horse. And sometimes during the process, you have to know when to stop and make an artistic decision that's for the better. And they actually like how it looks just like this. They're not going to be putting the ears on, but we have them for later if he wants to do another one of these sculptures. Like I said, glass isn't going to expire, so they'll be able to heat those back up later if they want to use them. All right, you saw a little piece just come off and hit the floor. Those are some special shears we call diamond shears because they close all the way around the glass in a diamond shape in order to cut off pieces or trim them away. So we have to pay attention to gravity a lot in this process, not just turning the pipe, but if you hang something down, it's usually because you want it to elongate. If you're holding it up in the air, it isn't just for your approval. It's to sink it back a little bit on that bubble. This is what we call the huddle, where they make those artistic decisions together. Yes. So the designers, Charlie in the light colored hat and Helena, his daughter, they started working on this in 2019. They've designed the pieces, but they get to work with this team to execute it, of some of the best glass blowers in the world. Yeah. All right, notice Gabe Feenan, who's also one of our full-time team members, is getting suited up. He's got some equipment here ready to go. They're getting close to the end of working on this sculpture. And what's going to happen, they're going to need to put it away at that key temperature where it's not too hot that it's going to slump or move, but not too cold that it cracks from thermal shock. So we're really paying attention to this stage in the process. In order for it to not crack from thermal shock, they'll be placing it into an annealing oven, which is set at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, a safe temperature. Again, not to crack from thermal shock, but also not going to slump or move from being too hot. That'll stay in that oven depending on the thickness of the glass. Usually it's about 1 to 3 nights, depending on, again, how thick it is. So they have to take a series of heats in and out of the reheating chamber along with the torches. Again, that outer tip of the nose of the horse is going in first and the deepest and coming out last. So it always tends to be a little hotter on the outer end. So we want to get that back end to match, and we want everything to be right around 1,000. Yeah.
How many pounds does that head weigh?
It is. I didn't weigh it. I can only guess it's probably 15 pounds or so. Yeah. The question was about the weight of the glass. It's probably 10 to 15 pounds of glass, but it feels like way more because it's out on the end of a pipe away from hands. Sorry, my mic keeps cutting out and it's messing up my flow, but we'll get the information to you. So they want to even all that out as much as possible before putting it into, I think we're going into number 2 right here. So you guys are going to feel some heat right here. Don't be alarmed, but if you feel like you need to stand up, go ahead and do that. I need to do the best. All right, so a couple photos Charlie's taken before it goes into the box. Gabe is all suited up, ready to go here. He's going to be transporting that across the hot shop to annealing oven number 2. If you remember earlier, they put an indentation in the glass right in front of where it's attached to the pipe. Now we're going to use that line to break it off. Okay, that was the announcement. If you didn't hear it at the top, they said last flash. Ben's using a file to create a weak point in the glass. They'll add some water there to shock it. Gabe's there with the Kevlar gloves to catch it. And there we go. They're going to fire polish the bottom of that, smooth it out. All right, everybody, let's give them a huge round of applause. Excellent work by everyone down here on the floor. Fantastic teamwork, everyone. Yes, now let's give them one more round of applause. Nicely done, everybody. Okay, so they're going to move right into the next thing. Just give them a little couple minutes to wipe the sweat and get recouped. They did pre-make the whale's body that they're going to be working on, so that's heated up one of the annealing ovens. They've got some parts pre-made that they're going to be putting together. We had a question up top, nice and loud. The question was about the process. They started in 2019. So Charlie and his daughter, Helena, had a residency. Charlie has been an integral part of the Museum of Glass since it began. And so Charlie Parriott and his daughter had that residency and started these pieces. They're layers of colored glass that they actually blew into a mold, that they pre-made the mold out of a different object. So that's how we got all that texture and richness there. And then they blew the bubble into a plaster mold that was lined with graphite to release the glass so it didn't stick to the mold. That's a whole nother process and time, and so they'll work on those stages outside and then bring the molds with them when they have the residency. So yeah, we're many stages into the process at this point. Yeah, you're welcome. So the war horses, I think, are just going to be the neck and the head, and they'll sit on a pedestal, as far as I know. I can double check on that. Question from the audience was, how many horses are there in the series? He has enough to make about 7 of them, and only 2 have actually been put together fully. So that's where we are in the process. Right now, Raven, we're going to start working on his work. We are going to show a slideshow of images on the screen of Raven's work as well. If you want to see Raven and Kelly's work in person, so Raven Skyriver, Kelly Odell, both have work in our museum store, much smaller scale than what you're going to see today. They'll be picking up a 40-pound whale out of the oven next. So imagine that. They're prepping the punty for that now, so that's what Raven has at the center bench. And what you're seeing on the screen is finished work by Raven Skyriver. All right, so how many of you arrived after we just put the piece away? Has any of you arrived recently? I just want to give you all the information, make sure you know what we got going on. So we have our team working on the floor here. This is Raven Skyriver. Just in front of him is Kelly Odell. We have Martin Janecký. Over to the right, Charlie Parriott. Sarah Gilbert. And then we've got Ben Cobb right over there. I'm expecting you guys to remember all this. And then Gabe Feenan's off the floor at the moment. And they're going to be picking up a 40-pound whale out of the annealing oven where it's been safely heating up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So right now they're prepping the punty for that pickup. And then they'll be doing some sculpting and adding on like the fins and things like that. The question from the audience was, is it solid or hollow? The whale body is a blown form. So it's a huge thing, yeah. You'll see. We'll see it together. All right, so Raven is going to be picking up that whale from inside here. Gabe was just checking on that, now cooling off the pipe because it was too hot. All right. All right, so that's going to be happening here in just a few moments. This is a very crucial part of the process, not to make anyone nervous, but they're going to have to get it from here right into the reheating chamber as quickly as possible. We'll all keep calm and carry on. So he has to heat up the very end of it so it's nice and soft in order to fuse to the whale that's inside that oven. So again, using the oxypropane torch, that gets up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. You'll notice that is going to start glowing really beautifully on the end. All right, here we go, everyone. Get your cameras ready. Remember, we're at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, everyone. And let's give them a round of applause. Excellent work. You'll notice some really beautiful things happening on the surface of the whale. They've been collaborating as a group collective, the NCN Collective. And so this was done a different day. They actually sandblasted the surface of the glass using a masking material for the negative spaces. And you'll see that there's a really beautiful carving on the side of it. So that happens to the glass. They make the thing, cool it down to room temperature, go to the cold working studio, mask it with this material called Buttercut. And it's a 3M product. I think it's still the same company. But they cover the surface with this adhesive rubber and draw directly onto the surface, then cut out with an X-Acto knife the areas that they want to carve deeper, removing layers of color to show the layers of color underneath that. So you'll have some contrasting color going on as well. Raven has a really small pipe with a cone on the end called a soffietto, or little blowpipe. There's a small hole, and he just blew into that because the body was looking a little deflated. And there's been a lot of time put into this piece already. If you're counting blowing the form, plus cooling it, cold working it, sandblasting it, here we are now. We want to make sure everything is just right. And don't forget, everyone, stop by our Museum of Glass store on your way out before you leave tonight. You'll get to see a couple of pieces in there by Raven Skyriver and his wife, Kelly Odell. If you want to see those in person, more up close, get more detailed, make sure to stop by there on your way out. Raven was using cork pads to gently shape the outer end of the piece. We'll use different materials for different things. The way we have it set up, it's okay. We haven't had that problem. It's pressure too, so it's not like a water hose. Yeah. All right, I would like to show an image of sandblasting. If we can pull one of those up on the screen, I can kind of talk about that process a little bit more now that you guys have gotten to see that beautiful design on the side of the whale. So they have a layered of colored glass on top of each other. So if you can see, there's a red, there's a yellow, and then the rubber stencil. The rubber stencil I can point to, we have an example of right here on the table. The sandblaster is going to be blocked by the rubber stencil. So wherever you want that to cut deeper, it has to be taken away. So you can see they've already drawn here. They're going to sandblast all this off and reveal a layer of color underneath that. a great observation. Yeah. Right. So at all times during the great questions and observations, and I'm going to go over that with everybody. Just all right, so a few things we just covered here. They're torching specific areas that they want to heat up more than the overall, but they need to keep the overall from going below 1,000 degrees, so we use the reheating chamber for that. It's when the glass goes below 1,000 that it risks cracking from thermal shock. Those are like bad words to say in a hot shop, but you get the point. They just brought a fin out. They were heating one specific spot because they're going to attach the fin. So Kelly just brought out one of the fins that they pre-sculpted at a different time. That was heating up to 1,000. Again, that's our magic temperature that we don't go below. We start out at the most molten state in the furnace at about 2,100. So our temperature range is 2,100 to 1,000 when we're working on the hot glass on the floor. Then to get it down to room temperature, we have to go into an annealing oven that takes it from 1,000 very slowly so that it relieves any stress in the glass. And again, using the fluffy torch Gabe has up in the air, that's going to give about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit, concentrating that towards the base where it's attached to the pipe. Then we have Raven that has the oxypropane torch that is going to get that even hotter. That torch runs at 5,000 degrees. Oh my goodness. Great job by the team. Give them a round of applause for getting that together. You guys starting to see the vision? You starting to see the vision? Okay. All right, Kelly just brought out the next fin they're going to attach, getting that straight from the garage over to the reheating chamber. Raven's going to heat up that spot where they're going to attach the next fin using the oxypropane torch. You'll also notice there's a little bit of torching action happening on the very tip of the fin. Because it's sticking way out, and it's smaller, it'll tend to lose heat faster than other areas. So they're paying attention to all of that stuff at the same time. So when you see them torching the edge, the very outer tip of the fin, that's why. Because we don't want it to get any kind of fractures there. That was Preston, because he works with Joe David too. But Preston's not here today. Probably even months. Yeah. Because we got to pass it around to each other. There's some transportation things. All right, grabbing the fin with the crimps and heating up the very end of it where it's going to fuse together, as well as the spot on the whale body. Oh, I love this audience. You guys are following right along. Let's give them a round of applause, everybody. Great work. Did I mention how much I love wind? It's hot over there. Kelly's over here getting that next fin ready to go over at the garage. For those of you who came in later on, we're putting this amazing whale together, part of a collaboration between multiple artists that you see here on the floor. Kelly's over at the garage there, about ready to bring out the next fin that they're going to attach for the tail. So there's 2 parts to that. What is he? Oh, when he was opening it and... Oh, here. So when the question was, what are you looking at when you put it inside this chamber? To keep it above 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's the full purpose of placing it into the reheating chamber, because if it goes below 1,000, womp womp, game over. They can tell by the heat color, but also so I'm getting you now. It's the heat color and the movement of the glass that they're looking for. Yes. All right, here we go with the next fin. The question was, where can you see this later? Well, it has to survive all the stages, right? But eventually at the Stonington Gallery in Seattle near Pioneer Square. It's called the Stonington Gallery. A lot of Raven's work is carried there. Yeah. Most likely. I can't guarantee that. But that's where his work goes when it works out. Yeah. We have a lot of loss. It's just part of it, you know. But yeah, things can happen in there too. I know. Yeah. So the question was about the color that's appearing right now, of like kind of like blue and greens and whites and things. It's still being affected by the heat color, so it'll be a lot more vibrant after it's cooled down. No, it's not going to be like this. No, it'll be lighter. Like a whale color, like he was trying to get like a good whale color. You're welcome. So you'll notice he's there with the tray underneath just in case he loses grip on that piece. Well done, team. Let's give them a round of applause, everyone. So you got to think about like how long you're working on holding that pipe, going back and forth, back and forth. You know, I'm being sympathetic to Martin right now because it's also getting heavier as they keep adding stuff on, and he has to keep moving back and forth. So just, you know, a little comment on the athleticism of the team. Oh, great conversation with audience members, noticing that, oh, you can't just set this down and go have like a snack and come back, right? Because we're dictated by the heat. So we actually have to finish the piece on the floor here. There are ways of working in different stages, but when you're putting something together like this, you can't set it down and walk away. We got to get all the parts together. That's the goal. Then into the annealing oven. Then we can have a beer. Yes. You want to buy it? What? Oh, I'm just kidding, I know. It's expensive. Well, and you got to think when we put our work in a gallery, it has to be marked up 50%. We're only going to get half of that. I mean, I don't work at the gallery, so I don't know, but I can ask if you really want to know. He might not want to share that information right yet. We could actually be more resourceful and just go on the website at the Stonington Gallery and like look it up, because he has stuff there right now. And I feel like that's less rude of me. Oh, okay, okay, so they're not telling us. Well, we could base it off of what's in the store, because he's got stuff in there and just times it by. Did you have a question up top? What's up? So we actually use ceramic fiber material inside the ovens as a cushion. So hopefully nothing is flattening out or anything like that. But it's literally like spun kaolin. And it's a refractory that doesn't pull heat away from the glass. It just bounces it back. So it's never like pulling a cold spot off of the material. And then the stand that you see like on the pedestal, that's fabricated after the fact. Yeah. All right, here we go with another fin, everybody. Beautifully done. Let's give them another round of applause. Now you guys really see the vision of what's going on here. Okay, so partner together, we see the vision. Now we're going to work on some details. There'll be quite a few back and forths from the reheating chamber, and likely just kind of working on small details like the tips of the fins, how they're positioned to create movement so it doesn't look too stiff. And while we're doing this, I'll just go ahead and play a slideshow of images on the screen of some finished work by Raven Skyriver. So right now, Raven is using a cork pad similar to this, but round. They're cute little ones. Usually they're a lot bigger depending on what they're doing. This is a softer material versus some of the other materials that we use. Instead of wood or metal, this has a little bit of give to it, so you can sort of coerce the fins into the shape he wants in a more gentle way. Oh, that's a great question about when it goes into the annealing oven. He's worried about the shape changing. So they want to make really clear and conscious that it's not over 1,000 degrees, because that's when the glass will move. So they're going to even the heat out before they put it in there and make sure everything's holding its shape. They also use a ceramic fiber material called kaolin or kaolwool, and basically it's a spun fiber of a refractory material that doesn't take the heat away from the glass, so it's not going to get a cold spot. It'll just take on the same temperature. Does that make sense? Okay. All right, few more flashes here. You can tell we're getting ready because Gabe is getting suited up and he doesn't want to be in that thing for very long. It's really hot in there. They're going to go right into annealing oven number 2 right over here, holding that at a stable temperature about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's going to help get that down to room temperature very slowly over a period of time. All right, going to create a weak spot right at the line in front of where it's attached to the pipe, using a file and some water to create stress cracks in the glass. Gabe's right there ready to go. Bonk, here we go. A round of applause all the way to the oven, everybody. All right. Way to go, team. You guys just witnessed some world-class glass blowing here tonight, so thank you all for joining us on that journey. We're going to do a little photo op here if you guys want to catch that too. Oh, what a team! Man, what time is it? It feels like we're doing this for hours or something. Oh, thank you so much. Technically, we have another hour, but hey, don't forget to stop by the store, guys. Yeah, make sure to step in. Yes, thank you. Hey, thanks so much, you guys. Appreciate all your questions. The tools? Oh, that's a good historical question. I wish I got paid to be a historian. Yeah, come on down. We can talk about it. Hey, if you guys want to stick around and ask some questions, the team or anything like that, yeah, what's up? Oh, thank you. I have a good time.